So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. I'm Peter Drury and this is Jim Beglin. A delight to have him on board.
Hi everyone, and thanks Peter. It's great to be on board.
Just listen to that noise. This place is definitely up for it. Let's hope we get a contest worthy of the setting. Things have got underway here pretty promptly. Inter Milan finding their passes. Havertz takes control of it and he's on the move. Hakimi. Played out wide. Who do you, Jim, see making the difference here?
Well, Peter, the player Nuno Mendes is someone who's really impressed me as being a two-way player. Very confident, consistent, and always willing to take people on and get himself into those good crossing positions, and he can deliver too.
Yeah, he'll certainly be leaving his mark on this game, quite possibly actually at both ends. Can he spark a counter here? Floated through. And the flag has stayed down. Shapes to shoot! Goal! Japan! And that really is so impressive.
Oh, that's wonderful to see. The run was explosive. The finish, exquisite.
Inter Milan are already chasing the game. They didn't envisage that. Vitinha. And the two sides separated by the game's only breakthrough moment to this point. 1-0 the score. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. He steps in, and that's the end of that. Tchouaméni spread out to the left. Oh, facing up to his adversary. This is a formidable matchup.
We're seeing some really good pressure being applied here, Peter, particularly from those guys up front.
Yeah, and it just, I suppose, Jim, denies the others time and space.
Well, I would call it blanket suffocation.
He's through and all alone! And a chance! No mistake! They are really purring here, and they have extended their lead in the blink of an eye. And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Japan are such an adept counter-attacking team. They produced something out of nothing there. A few seconds was all it took for them to convert a defensive situation into a goal, and it's very impressive.
Things starting to look very comfortable.
This is wonderful front-footed football. The manager will be absolutely thrilled to see his team clicking in every department.
Rice. That's a cute ball. That's good vision. Unai Simon breathes a sigh of relief as he gets his hands on the ball. That's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Half an hour played now. Yeah, he's fouled him there. They're taking a moment to consider their options. Inter Milan looking to pass their way through. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Now he's got space here. Vitinha for Rice. Schlotterbeck. That has been slung wide. Oh, now here's an interesting matchup. Now, can they get him away? Chance for a shot! Wirtz is flagged offside. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played, well stopped.
Nicely weighted ball. Vitinha picks it up out wide. Now it's Wirtz. Japan looking forward to the break after some very good work in the first 45 minutes. Chance here to counter. And here's Thuram. Reinders. Just 5 minutes left until the break. And it's Wirtz. Vitinha. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Now it's Haaland. Havertz. He's found a way through. Haaland's... He rises! He's missed, but not by that far.
Well, look, they know they've got a height advantage, and it's time for them to use it.
Big header! That's a half-decent try.
That is a really good chance missed, Peter. Certainly the way he's been playing.
And he's been shifted off it. He can run onto that. Hakimi receives it in a good position here. Wirtz. There's the whistle for half-time. How would you review the first half?
Japan really did kick on after getting that first goal. Could they have gone another one and killed the game off completely? Possibly. But as long as they can keep up the intensity, maintain the purpose levels, I think they'll get another chance soon enough.
Japan go in at half-time on a comfortable 2-goal cushion. Decent chance! Oh, denied brilliantly!
Really anticipated that well, didn't he?
Ndika is there and he can get that clear. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Inter Milan have their second corner now. Schwaumeri. And here's him. He's had a shot! Japan are looking to go forward now. Now it's Havertz. Well, it looked promising for a moment, but it came to nothing. And here's Mbappe. And the shot! Oh, nearly, but nearly is nothing.
Well, there wasn't too much wrong with his effort. He needs to get on the ball again and give it another crack. I would.
And here's Thuram. Vitinha. Vitinha showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out. Japan couldn't do a whole lot with it there. They could do with more sharpness in their passing. Bruno Fernandes. Japan needed that. They really needed it.
Oh, that's brilliantly defended, though. It looked destined for a goal.
And that's been intercepted.
That was well played, well stopped.
And here's Mbappe. Now it's Thuram. Chouameni has created one goal already. And here's the chance to counter. He's found a way through. Oh, easy pickings there. That is a jarring tackle, but apparently nothing wrong with it. Ndika calmly anticipates. A noticeable change in the approach to defending here. Much more in your face.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
Bruno Fernandes. Now it's Havertz. Great vision. He's being urged to shoot. Drives it in. Bruno Fernandes. And it's Vitinha. For Rice. And it's Wirtz. Knocks it into space. And he's managed to get free. Chouameni. Havertz, given the lift of his goal. Rice. Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes looking to penetrate opposition lines. Looking to go deep. It's a mighty effort! He's scored! Right back in the game! A great delivery and a finish to match.
So well played, Peter. Did a great job keeping sight of the ball. Made a classic move and met it perfectly.
So, time for changes on both sides, actually. This is threatening to become a really good game.
Well, what a difference a goal makes. Now, all of a sudden, it seems the belief is back.
Not the most accurate pass. Alvarez. Lovely bit of skill. He's found some space.
They may end up with some regret with this tactic, but you have to admire their commitment to goal.
Thuram! Oh, surely that deserved better.
Thuram has every reason to be disappointed after being played in so well. The gaffer won't let him forget that.
There's the shot! And that would have been game, set and match.
Well, the keeper spared a few blushes here. Going 2 down at this stage would have made it an awful long way back.
He gets big, and another try! And somehow he managed to miss it.
Well, for me, he seems to be playing with a lot more zest now. He does look the most likely to grab that second goal cushion.
And he's cleared it out of harm's way. And it's Reinders. Reinders goes on a run down the left wing. The ball goes in. Oh, smashing header! Oh, it's taken a touch. Oh, there's the clearance. Hakimi with the clearance. And here's Sørloth. Oh, good-looking ball. Oh, that's wonderful alertness.
I think we're about to see a frenetic finish. No half measures from here.
Oh, he had to make that, and he did make it. Palmer. Sørloth. Wriggles his way through. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Fourth official showing that there will be 3 minutes of added time. Bit of an appeal, but nothing doing. Ambitious ball here. Oh, he's found support out wide. And he's onside. Ah, oh, such a clever touch. Haaland. Oh, there's a probing ball. Now it's Sørloth.
This is the time you need that pace.
He's in plenty of space here. Very nicely done. And the referee brings it to a close. Well, that was good. A terrific advertisement for attacking football. Both sides glad to trade blows, to set out always only to win. And it came down to one decisive moment. Thuram claiming the Man of the Match award, and there is very little room for argument. Your reflections then, Jim?
Well, I think what was key, Peter, in this game was how the team set
So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. My name's Peter Drury, and here's my co-commentator for the game. It's Jim Beglin.
Thanks, Peter. Hello, everybody. Ready to see what unfolds in this one now.
And the mood is boisterous. It is a perfect ambience for the central characters who are ready now to perform. Things have got underway here pretty promptly. Nuno Mendes tries a cross. Knocks it into space. And that pass is somewhat less than ideal.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
Havertz. Bruno Fernandes receives it in a good position here. And they're quick to get it back. Searching pass he's played there. And that's gone all the way through to the keeper. And that has been cut short. Well, it looked promising for a moment, but it came to nothing. And that's been intercepted.
That was well played, well stopped.
Unai Simon with the clearance. Who do you think this turns on, Jim?
Well, it's hard not to be impressed with Achraf Hakimi, who has proven himself in many of the top leagues at such a young age, Peter. He's tactically very astute, he's versatile anywhere on that right flank, and you see him make overlap after overlap, and he loves to stretch defences.
Yeah, he'll certainly be leaving his mark on this game, quite possibly actually at both ends. Well, the run has been sold a little bit short there.
Milan clearly should have gone for the easier pass. Now they'll have to quickly regroup.
Now he's got space here. Flashes it, he rises! Oh, should really have made more of that.
I think we can expect a few more of those now. Better timing was all that was required.
That's headed upfield. Milan do have a chance to counter here. Van de Ven. Still goalless. To Bruno Fernandes. Ndika. Now he's off and running. Haaland. And it's Bruno Fernandes. To Bruno Fernandes. Oh, we expected better, and so did he. Havertz. Is there any support? There's the shot! And it's come back out to him. Goal! Japan! Some heroic goalkeeping, but even that couldn't save them this time.
Well, they say all goalkeepers are crazy, and after that, maybe there's some truth in it.
So the first goal of the game.
Listen, when it comes to goals, Peter, in this team, he's always the #1 contender, and he's done it again.
He was under real pressure there. Reinders. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Mbappe going face-to-face with his great rival. Hakimi. And the two sides separated by the game's only breakthrough moment to this point. 1-0 the score. Saliba. Well seen, saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it. Japan really should be happy to let this half run out now and go again second.
And here's Haaland. Tries to pass it through. And they win it back again. Short changes him with that pass. Haaland looking understandably energised after his goal. The ball goes, and the shot! Bruno Fernandes. Now Van de Ven. Chouameni. And it's Rice. And it's Porro. Reinders producing a good steal there, showing a good level of alertness.
They've got to be quick moving this forward.
Van de Ven. And that is going to be the final action of the first half. Well, it's certainly simmered along nicely so far. Just the one goal in it, and it's all still very much up for grabs.
There's plenty of positives to take despite the lead being so small, Peter. I think playing well, good energy, a little more composure up front perhaps. That's not too much to ask.
Japan have made the crucial breakthrough, and they're looking pretty satisfied at the break. There's the start of the second half.
Well, if you're ahead, it's a good time to start moving the ball quicker, Peter. Entice your opponents out. See if you can open them up a bit more.
Hakimi. Oh, it's played into the area. That should be the goalkeeper's, and it is. Nicely spread. Pedro Porro. Oh, well measured. And the shot's on here. Reinders. Bruno Fernandes. It's a good run down the right. The ball has bounced loose now. Bruno Fernandes is offering some sort of an apology there.
He made it look a bit predictable. Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
He's in a great position here. Opts to play it back. Showing good feet. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. And no, that was never going to make it. Just coming up to the hour mark, and it's still 1-0. Rice. Aimed beyond the defence.
Well, that's certainly more like it. They can't let the intensity drop now, Peter.
There is an irresistible, irrepressible look about them here.
You know, the interest value in this game might just take off from here.
Pedro Porro. Some resolute defending there. Thuram. He's found some space. Oh, he's been caught on it here. And he shoots! Oh, taken with style. Two to the good. And they are purring. Absolutely purring. That was a given. It always was.
Way too good, Peter. Too quick, too smart for that defence, who were made to look a little lost, in all honesty.
Japan are sitting pretty, 2-0 up.
You can really sense how important this goal was for them. They needed it. Now they have it.
And just to confirm that the referee did issue a yellow card for that earlier incident. Oh, well played. Hakimi. It's an inviting looking ball, that. Thuram. Expertly cut out, really nicely done.
Milan really aren't making anything meaningful of their time on the ball.
It's a promising position. Bruno Fernandes.
Have beautifully policed that midfield. The opposition have been handcuffed.
Rice to Bruno Fernandes. 75 minutes played. Haaland is being harried and hassled.
Yeah, and what they've got to realise, Peter, is that they won't get away with excessive force for long, so they're running a fine line now.
And he cuts out the supply. Now it's Mbappe. Pedro Porro receives it in a wide position. And it's Rice. Tchouaméni. And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
That's a sharp pass. And that's been intercepted.
That was well played, well stopped.
Oh, perfectly measured that. Rice deals with that comfortably. Japan can consider themselves just about safe now. Hakimi promptly onto that, and that is that. Good ball, good take. And here's Bruno Fernandes. Havertz. Reinders. Now it's Havertz. Thuram. Looking for the run. I think that's offside. Yes, it is. Whistle's gone, and they've got themselves a free kick. Tempers are flaring. The referee really needs to get a grip again. And that's it. And with that, it's time for me to thank Jim Beglin and to wish you a very good evening. Hello and welcome one and all. The atmosphere building very nicely here. Gorgeous, gorgeous evening. The skies are clear, the noise is fervent, the atmosphere frenetic. This is Peter Drury, and I'm happy to inform you that Jim Beglin has joined me to offer his expertise.
Hello, Peter, and hello to everyone watching. For me, it's a real thrill to be here.
Colours vivid and vibrant, songs loud and proud. The tone for this game is well and truly set. Things have got underway here pretty promptly. And here's Vinicius Junior.
Vinicius Junior really has the confidence and skill to be able to hold the ball up like that until support arrives a little sooner, and just maybe there he overdid it slightly and should have released it because the support was arriving quickly.
Another chance from a corner.
Well, height could make all the difference on these set pieces.
Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. In towards the back stick.
That's just playing it safe and simple.
Vinicius Junior. Defending here is really tight. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Jim, who do you pick out as the telling individual today?
I don't think we've seen a dribbler as good as this guy, Vinicius Junior, in some time. His favourite move is to receive the ball in a wide position, attract defenders his way, where he can turn them and just leave them behind and have a clean run at goal. He's a very tricky customer and getting better week by week.
Yeah, he'll be looking for a goal or two. Ndika did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. Has a look and place it forward. Now it's Thuram. He can run onto that. And he's running through. Mbappe showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out. And here's Mbappe. Milan looking to pass their way through. And the shot! Goal! Milan! One sweeping move executed with deadly efficiency.
Yeah, when you're hit on the counter-attack like that, it's like walking into a sucker punch and they're dazed.
So we have our breakthrough.
Well, I guess this ought to make things interesting, Peter. No doubt the opposition will now be forced to play a more open and riskier game.
Now it's Haaland. Oh, Haaland! He's scored! And once more, we are all square. You score, we score.
Well, going behind has simply triggered a collective determination to hit back, and they merit nothing less. Well, a 1-2 is easier to pull off than most dribbles, and I think we've just seen the proof.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
Well, they just couldn't have responded any better, Peter. Yeah, there's the old cliche about how teams can lose focus after scoring, but you still have to take your chances. Brilliant.
Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. Bruno Fernandes cuts a frustrated figure right now. He just cannot get away.
Look, he could do with someone else taking responsibility to shift the target. He badly needs some help here.
Reinders takes control of it and he's on the move. Havertz was alert to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless. And here's Thuram. Great vision. Bruno Fernandes. And here's Thuram. And he's away. Great chance! Oh, denied brilliantly.
Really anticipated that well, didn't he?
This their second corner of the game. And that has been cleared. Japan are looking to go forward now. Chouameni. Now it's Haaland. And it's Bruno Fernandes. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Passing is crisp and sharp. Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes tries a cross. Chouameni. Reinders, who does have an assist to his name. Thuram.
This is the time you need that pace.
And the through ball. And that has been cut short. Bruno Fernandes is onto it in a flash. Havertz. No, it's come to nothing. And there's the end of the first half. Well, the glass is either half full or half empty. Neither side yet truly to impose themselves, and it's level pegging at half-time. Where do you think we're up to after 45 minutes?
Well, I don't think either side will have too much to complain about or worry about, Peter. 1-1 is a fair reflection of the game so far, so it'll be fascinating to see how both teams go about trying to establish a little more control in this second half.
That's been a decent 45 minutes. Competitive, certainly, and a goal each. And we are already promptly back underway. Milan trying to orchestrate a breakaway here by the looks of it.
Well, I would say that this is probably the easiest way to play the game because you try and absorb in numbers defensively and then you look to hit it with a long ball quickly on the counter-attack to get your men in behind the opposition defence.
Just looking for that one telling pass. Chouameni. Now it's Haaland. Nice sequence of passes, this. Cross to the back post. It's a mighty effort against the crossbar. Danger averted for now. Now it's Mbappe. He's found a way through. And once more, he proves rigid and robust. And it's Bruno Fernandes. Played out wide. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Hakimi just loves to go forward whenever he can. So, Jim, is that the manager telling the forwards that they must stay forward for now?
Well, I think he just is concentrating on the shape here, and he wants them to press as high as they can and get in the right position to do that collectively.
He's on it. Can he get away? Cleared without hesitation. Bruno Fernandes. And here's Thuram. Mendes is onto this. Short changes him with that pass. You would think that now would be a good time to consider some changes.
It's about risk-taking and boldness now. Are we going to see any activity from the bench?
Chouameni. Now it's Thuram. It's Thuram. Looking for options for movement. And he's managed to get free. Just eases him off the ball. Well, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Bruno Fernandes. Vinicius Junior looking understandably energised after his goal. Havertz. Bruno Fernandes. To Havertz. Goes looking wide. Oh, they can break here.
That's good play from him.
That is good alertness. Nicely aimed pass. And here's Bruno Fernandes. Hakimi is wide and looking to get onto this. Haaland. And the whistle's gone, presumably for offside.
Japan really can't be faulted for their attitude, and if they go on to win this, it'll be fully deserved.
pinches it off him. Van der Ven. And it's Chouameni. And here's Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior going face to face with his great rival. Chouameni. Thuram. Well, he was clearly disappointed with that pass.
Milan clearly should have gone for the easier pass. Now they'll have to quickly regroup.
Cross from... Oh, smashing header!
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Knocks it into space. Reinders. Now it's Mbappe. And that's been intercepted. Bruno Fernandes. And here's Haaland. Now this could be a chance. Chance! Now that is commitment to the cause.
It's make or break time now, and they're all headed for the penalty box.
And the chances keep on coming. They're awarded another corner.
Well, in my opinion, set pieces are 50-50 moments, and this is a rather big one, and it all depends on the service.
And it's been taken short.
Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
Savinho, big header! Oh, it's fallen loose again! Oh, yes, it's there! And that may just do it! Some heroic goalkeeping, but even that couldn't save them this time.
Oh, listen, last line of defence and you don't get it right, then you're paying a visit to your net.
And it didn't take him long. And that's that. Well, that was intense and enjoyable contest that either could easily have won, ultimately decided by just the odd goal. Any reflections on what you've seen, Jim?
Japan, absolutely shocking here. Shockingly porous down the middle.
So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. I'm Peter Drury, and it's a pleasure to be alongside Jim Beglin.
Thanks for that, Peter. Hi, everyone. The excitement has really picked up now, and I'm eager for the action to start.
Just listen to that noise. This place is definitely up for it. Let's hope we get a contest worthy of the setting. The action has already started. And just to confirm that the referee did issue a yellow card for that earlier incident. Now this could be a chance. Mbappe finds himself offside. Now he's got space here, and it's been played through. That's the keeper's ball. Pedro Porro could try cutting inside here. Goes for a shot! Well, he should have done better, and he knows it.
All he needs to do is to place this between the goalposts and basically let them attack it.
And that is masterful defending.
That's just playing it safe and simple.
And it's Porro. And here's Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes. Jim, who do you pick out as the telling individual today?
Well, it's hard not to be impressed with Achraf Hakimi, who has proven himself in many of the top leagues at such a young age, Peter. He's tactically very astute, he's versatile anywhere on that right flank, and you see him make overlap after overlap, and he loves to stretch defences.
Yeah, he'll certainly be leaving his mark on this game, quite possibly actually at both ends. Can he finish? Pedro Porro can get it clear. And that is out of play. Reinders. Lovely pass, but can he get there? Reinders flings in across. And that has been knocked clear. Look at the space here. And a shot! Japan have their second corner now. And it's been taken short. Nuno Mendes, he gets big! Oh, not this time, but a lot of applause for the thought.
That definitely had the element of surprise to it. Clearly came in when no one was expecting it, and it was drilled.
He won't be happy with that one. Chouameni. If you have just joined us, well, you've missed no goals. Has a look and place it forward. Nicely weighted ball. And it's Bruno Fernandes. And that's really well manoeuvred. Nuno Mendes. Looks to the other side. And it's Hakimi. Bruno Fernandes. Reinders. Played out wide. And the shot! Good run, lovely take, but that is where it stopped.
Thuram deserves a lot of credit for his willingness to make those runs. The passers will always have an option with him.
He's on it. Can he get away? Approaching the half-hour mark. Chouameni to Bruno Fernandes. Looking to play him in. Brilliantly cut out.
Just as I thought, Peter, it looks like this is a side that's setting themselves up for a counter-attack.
Yeah, stand by for the early ball, the big one over the top.
Yeah, and those that are up top, Peter, have to be willing to chase. And of course, those in midfield have to be ready now to recycle.
And they have got just the right players for that. And it's Mendes. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Hakimi. Looking for options for movement. Incoming delivery. He's there and a chance! There was plenty of power on that.
Have beautifully policed that midfield. The opposition have been handcuffed.
He has a look up. Cross deflected over the goal line for a corner. So, third corner of the game. Backward, a great chance! Glorious! That is a gem! An absolute gem! A goal at a really telling moment. He made it happen, squeezed through with sheer will and considerable accuracy.
The keeper deserves some sympathy there. He may not have seen that until too late.
Japan have fired themselves in front.
Well, I think the managers are going to have to scrap whatever they had in mind for the half-time team talks. One has got to tone it up now and the other has to tone it down.
Can he get it through? Can he spark a counter here? Chouameni. Pedro Porro. This is promising. And it's half-time here. Well, it's certainly simmered along nicely so far. Just the one goal in it, and it's all still very much up for grabs.
Yeah, I like the fact that there was a genuine flow to this game, as well as intent. But I can't help feeling that their efforts deserved that little bit more.
Japan leading a cagey game here. It's had its moments, and it's 1-0 at the break. Whistle goes, and we start the second half.
Japan really need to go and grab another goal now, Peter, if they're going to go on and secure this.
Chouameni, that's a good ball out wide. And it's Porro. Defending was strong and firm. Nuno Mendes. Reinders. Well, that has not gone well. And they're not going to make any further progress now. Chouameni. And it's Hakimi. Great vision. Gravenberg. And here's Thuram. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Gravenberg. Now it's Gravenberg. Gravenberg touches it back.
Yeah, they were looking for a counter-attack.
Now it's Bruno Fernandes. Reinders. Havertz. Reinders. Oh, he's passed a shot! It's loose now and they want to get it back. Japan get their fourth corner. He's got tall. Decent enough try.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a bit disappointed with that, Peter. You would have fancied him to at least hit the target.
That's been cut out. Well played. Threads one in. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. In the end, they found themselves penned in, nowhere to go. So, Jim, what are you thinking?
Well, it's a natural instinct to defend.
Bruno Fernandes! Now, who's going to be first to this? Thuram being hunted in packs.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
Delivers the ball. And that should get the job done. Now it's Wirtz. Vinicius Junior in acres of space out wide. He has found the way through.
Well, that's certainly more like it. They can't let the intensity drop now, Peter.
They're coming again and again.
You know, the interest value in this game might just take off from here.
And it's Bruno Fernandes. Hakimi gets into some space. It was all about the quality of the delivery, and they come away with nothing. Oh, good-looking ball. And that is as far as they're going to go. Passes short and sharp. Japan looking to pass their way through.
Japan are totally dominant in the middle of the park.
There's the shot! He's scored! 2 up now, and they are cruising. So smooth. A signature finish.
It's the stuff you work on the training ground time and time again, and it came off.
Japan are now luxuriating in a 2-goal lead. Chance, surely! And he's really put himself on the line here. They're up to 5 corners now. Van Dijk gets it away. Milan have the chance to go the other way. Oh, played right into his path. Real chance! That was a good run. The defence looked beaten there. Good read, needed to be cleared without complication. Japan have time on their side now, as well as a 2-goal lead. It is just about done. And he's made sure that's not getting through. Bruno Fernandes. That's good vision. Good ball, good take. Oh, he's bust. Oh, shooting chance! Euphoria, utopia, and they are cavorting. And they are pulling clear here. One sweeping move executed with deadly efficiency.
Look, if you want to be effective on the break, then the key element is always pace. That's what really rips defences apart, and it's difficult to find an answer to it when it's applied like that.
2 goals on the day, and he may not yet be done. A case now of complete control. Bruno Fernandes. Not the most accurate pass. Pass somewhat off target. Oh, he's going to be pulled back for that one. And that's it. And that's where we have to end it. From me, Peter Drury, and my co-commentator, Jim Beglin. A very good evening to you all. Welcome to those who have joined us all here on a beautiful, clear evening. The conditions contributing to a fantastic atmosphere in the stands. This really is the place to be. I'm Peter Drury, and it's my chance to say that it is an absolute delight to have Jim Beglin beside me.
Thanks, Peter. It's a pleasure and a privilege for me to be here.
There's nothing quite like match day, especially here. This crowd doesn't do ordinary, and we should be in for something very special. If you're just joining us, we are already underway. That pass has been well intercepted. Nuno Mendes face to face with the keeper. Mbappe! He's beaten the keeper, but hit the post. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
And that pass is somewhat less than ideal.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
Played in deep. It's gone out for a throw-in. The ball swung in, and that has been cleared. It's a promising position. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. Reinders, looking for options, and he shoots! So it is still 0-0. And it's Mendes. And that could set him on his way. Rice. Who do you, Jim, see making the difference here?
Well, Peter, Aurelien Tchouameni is someone I see as being a real tour de force in that midfield. He's a tireless worker. I've heard so many people say he's just a nightmare to try and get away from. A real destroyer whose abilities on the counter press are very potent.
Yes, they'll certainly be leaning heavily on him. This looks promising. Oh, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Reinders. Now, can they get him away? Nuno Mendes. Passing is crisp and sharp. Looking tidy in possession here. He's in a great position here. Reinders. Lovely pass, but can he... Decent chance! Goal! Japan! And Japan are in front. So smooth. A signature finish.
Well, I was impressed with both the movement and the pass, both causing lots of problems for that defence.
So we have our breakthrough.
Yeah, and just as the manager's been reminding his players, this is the time where they can't afford to let their focus slip.
Van der Ven gets across to intercept that. Plays a sharp little ball here. And he's onside. Oh, look at the space here. Delivery from... Up he goes! They've done it! A game of thrills, all square in the blinking of an eye.
Yeah, since going a goal down, they've dug in to produce a really fine spell, which for me deserved that equaliser.
All right on the edge of the penalty area. What's he giving here? So a big chance now from 12 yards. Well, the keepers these days have done their homework. Goal! Japan! Not much more than a formality.
Yeah, as decisive as it comes. Spot chosen, spot hit.
So we have a breakthrough. Now how will things develop from here? It's a good run down the left-hand side. And it's Rice. Rice really struggling to influence the game.
They're just trying to negate his influence, and it looks like whatever it takes.
Out towards the flank. Ndika attempts a clearance. Reinders.
It's a decent chance to counter-attack.
Now that looks a decent ball, and that is expertly dealt with. Oh, that's a foul. Free kick's been given. The referee has resisted the temptation to go to his pocket. It's just a stern lecture. Ndika. And it's Mendes. Reinders. Threads one in. Takes a shot! Oh, taken with style. Again, in a trice, and they are soaring. As simple as you like, the outcome utterly inevitable.
Yeah, it's simply tragic defending when a renowned finisher is ignored. It's how he built his reputation.
He's having a shot! And yes, it's there! Deep into first half stoppage time, and that is going to be the final action of the first half. It is quite a game, breathless and laced with excitement. Japan hold a skinny lead after a thrilling half. Bring on the second half. It's 3-2. So off we go once more. Strokes it back. Now it's Thuram. And now the breakaway. Bruno Fernandes tries to pass it through. Thuram's cross. Bruno Fernandes receives it in a good position. Climbs up big. And he hits the net. Again, we are level. What a contest!
Yeah, and it's very much deserved in the circumstances. In these games, it's so tempting to maybe get a little sorry for yourselves, but there's none of that.
It was wonderfully efficient.
He did so well there, attacking the ball the way he did. He got a strong forehead behind that one.
This has become one superb game of football.
Well, this is to be expected, Peter, when you've got two strong teams of fairly equal standing.
Gets his head on it! Goal! Braga! And the game is well and truly turned on its head. Satisfyingly simple. There's almost a sense of beauty to this.
Yeah, it all came from some really smart movement, Peter. Did the defence let themselves down by not picking him up? I think the boss won't be amused.
And there was his third, and boy, he looks the business, doesn't he just?
Well, he's been on a crusade, and his first goal seemed to just whet the appetite.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for.
Well, their manager seems to have them always thinking about the next goal. When's the next goal coming? They're such an entertaining watch.
He's picked his way through. Sporting Braga have a free kick. Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning. Bruno Fernandes is eyeing up his options in the middle. And that has been cleared. Haaland looking to shake off some unwanted attention.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. Looking to play him in. Mendes picks it up out wide. In with the challenge. Havertz. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it. That's exactly what they need to keep doing. Carry on plugging away and eventually you might just get that little break.
Oh, he's been caught on it here. He's in space and looking for options. Bruno Fernandes. He's going to have to tune his rangefinder before the next one. Oh, we expected better, and so did he. Nuno Mendes.
Right here, right now, it's not looking favourable. They're chasing the ball and the game.
Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes. There's the header! He's got a goal! And look what it means to them. This is a position of genuine strength now. It was a great header. The invitation was irresistible and the finish unerring.
So well played, Peter. Did a great job keeping sight of the ball. Made a classic move and met it perfectly.
As if three weren't enough. This is nigh on utopian. Sporting Braga go 2 up and into a position of real strength.
They've seen the light and the opposition have been left in the dark.
No, that's too long. Van der Ven. Oh, can he get onto this? And Gravenberg. That's an imaginative pass. And he's picked it up out wide. Looking for the run. DiMarco receives it in a wide position. And it's skewed away. Good ball, good take. Cross deflected over the goal line for a corner.
Well, height could make all the difference on these set pieces.
Haaland. Oh, that's ambitious. Bellingham. Japan do have a chance to counter here. Five minutes left on the clock. Aimed beyond the defence. And that is as far as they're going to go. Japan finding their passes. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Has a look and plays it forward. Gravenberg. And it's Wirtz. Bellingham. Hakimi. Van de Ven. And it's DiMarco. That's really well cleared. Oh, that pass isn't the best. And he's intervened well there. Wirtz. Gravenberg. And the referee brings it to a close. Japan played more than a part in what has been a very exciting game. A game that began so promisingly from their perspective, but they are leaving here feeling utterly deflated. So, Jim, how do you reflect on what we've seen?
Japan desperately failing to impose themselves on the game. Decidedly flat, disjointed in so many areas on the pitch, and you're never going to...
Well, what a sight this is. A beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm Peter Drury, and it's my chance to say that it is an absolute delight to have Jim Beglin beside me.
Hi, Peter. Always good to work with you. I'm really looking forward to this now.
Colours vivid and vibrant, songs loud and proud. The tone for this game is well and truly set. And already we're underway here. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Bruno Fernandes showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out. So, Jim, tell me this, who are you looking for in particular here?
Well, Peter, Erling Haaland is very much the player in all of football in so many ways. His development really owes to the fact that he made all the best choices. The clubs, the coaches, everything has been meticulously planned, and an awful lot of that would be attributed to his dad's experience.
Yeah, he'll be looking for a goal or two. Rice tries to play it through. He's in a great position here. No foul, says the referee. Pretty cagey early on from both sides. Reinders is in a really good position out wide.
Well, look, they know they've got a height advantage, and it's time for them to use it.
Looking to play him in. It's a promising position. Played in with purpose. Oh, what has happened here? Pings in across. Cleared without hesitation. The ball is loose and the chase is on. Oh, important interception. Oh, he's fizzed it forward. Chouameni. And here's Haaland. Plays a sharp little ball here.
Yeah, the crowd have tried to spark some excitement, but to no avail. This needs something explosive.
And it's been played through. And he gets rid in a hurry. Bruno Fernandes. And here's Bruno Fernandes. Stood up well to him there. Tries a deft little ball. Header! Mendes gets rid without sophistication. Reinders. Tries to thread one through. Spread neatly. Van der Ven did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on.
I'm not sure the shot was ever on there, really. There were just too many bodies in the way, Peter.
Played back. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
He's shifting through the gears here. Nice control. It's come through and he's had a quick look inside. Chouameni clears it away. Japan are looking to go forward now. Havertz. And it's Mendes. And Reinders. And here's Thuram. Bruno Fernandes. Nice interception, well timed. He's not got that quite right. Chouameni, Bruno Fernandes. And that's been intercepted.
That was well played, well stopped.
And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Challenge just a bit on the firm side. Rice, looking for options for movement. He's got plenty of space out wide here. And it's Rice. Over to the left. Cross to the back post. And that could well leave a mark. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Hit into the middle. No, that's not going to find its target. Havertz. Hakimi. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played, well stopped.
And that'll be the last act of the first half. It hasn't been a bad watch, not by any means. The intensity levels are there. We've just lacked that telling breakthrough moment. How's the first half compared with your expectation?
Well, simply put, Peter, they haven't been good enough to trouble the opposition. They need to play with more courage in the second half and a lot more intent.
So, no breakthrough from either side, 0-0 after 45 minutes of action. And we're already back up and running after half-time. So the first half brought no goals. Reinders. Very nicely done. Thuram. Saliba. Mendes is herring after that one. Now Saliba. Nuno Mendes. Now Van de Ven. Searching pass he's played there. And he's picked it up out wide. Tries the cross.
Well, that has caused disappointment to some, unsurprisingly, and disgust to others. What a waste.
Well, they continue each to cancel the other out. Chooses to go cross-field. Reinders.
Well, the moans and groans from the stands now are very audible.
Rice. Bruno Fernandes. Chouameni. Japan looking to pass their way through. A noticeable change in the approach to defending here. Much more in your face.
Yeah, and if they're going to try and stop him in this fashion, Peter, they're going to really test the referee's patience from here.
Tries to pass it through. Lovely pass, but can he get there?
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Very little to report from an attacking perspective. Jim, it's a cagey old game.
Yeah, I think it's a scoreline in keeping with what we've seen up to this point. Combined attempts at goal aren't high in numbers, and we could do with something to spark this contest into life.
Crosses it in. That's a decent clearance. Crossed in once. Oh, what a climb! Smashing delivery, just didn't do enough with it.
That definitely had the element of surprise to it. Clearly came in when no one was expecting it, and it was drilled.
So, time for changes on both sides, actually. Reinders. He's had a shot! And he has produced there the crispest of hits.
Yeah, it didn't come off, but you can praise the drive and the application. It was beautifully hit.
Japan are, of course, in a position to go to the bench should the need arise.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking for change in a tight game like this, Peter, it's all about getting the timing right.
Decent chance! And it's in! And that could well be the winner!
Look, before we can even delve into the detail, the significance of taking the lead should be our initial reflection, and that's priceless. Oh, what a lovely exchange, Peter. I mean,
Big header! It's in! They're level in a trice!
Yeah, they say that fortune favours the brave, and we've just seen an example. This team has real personality and character.
Simple, certain, effective. He just guided it in.
He did so well there, attacking the ball the way he did. He got a strong forehead behind that one.
And it didn't take him long. Just sitting on the bench and waiting moments ago, already he has scored.
That's just as the manager would have seen it, an impact sub.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
Well, there's resilience for you, Peter. As a side, they never lost focus despite the setback, and this is thoroughly merited. For me, now they can go one better, possibly.
Passes coming off in quick succession here.
Concentration levels are very good, and so is the commitment. This game could yet yield a winner.
And that's a throw-in. Still anyone's game this. One moment can decide it.
Listen, the fans haven't given up on this by any means. They still believe it can be won.
Japan go in search of a late winner. And the shot's on here. And the shot! Well, that was nice, but not quite the end product required.
Oh, it's very good running that. You're always going to have chances with that kind of movement.
Reinders. And it's Churmani. Oh, there's a probing ball.
Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
And it's made it. Shot, surely! Oh, that's incredible! And that may just do it! One sweeping move, executed with deadly efficiency.
Sporting Braga are such an adept counter-attacking team. They produced something out of nothing there. A few seconds was all it took for them to convert a defensive situation into a goal, and it's very impressive.
Sporting Braga complete their comeback, and now they only need to hold out for a few minutes.
Well, look, Peter, I feel I've got to stress that there's still time for another, so we can't be too presumptuous yet.
Confirmation. Added time is up, and there goes the whistle. Japan played more than a part in what has been a very... Well, what a sight this is. A beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm your commentator, Peter Drury, and providing his unique brand of expert analysis, here's Jim Beglin.
Hi, everyone, and thanks, Peter. It's great to be on board.
Well, the pre-match build-up has been fantastic. Now, the game itself. The action has already started. So, Jim, this feels like a lineup designed to counter threats out wide. Is that it?
Yeah, you will in theory have the numerical advantage, Peter, on the wings. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge for the opposition to try to get past you. On the other hand, you're essentially inviting your opponents up the field. It's going to be a fine balance.
Terrific header! Good try. The outcome could so easily have been different.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a bit disappointed with that, Peter. You would have fancied him to at least hit the target.
Well seen. Saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Tries to play it through. Thuram! Goal! Braga! A horrible blip, a situation utterly avoidable that has resulted in considerable embarrassment.
Japan really were asking for trouble there by failing to cope with a formidable press.
Japan are already chasing the game. They didn't envisage that. Reinders. Havertz. Played out to the right. No way through, so back it comes. Mbappe. Now it's Thuram. He ran himself into trouble there. Free kick given away. Havertz does really well to win the ball there. And it's Mendes. Rice. He is through here. Nuno Mendes with the cross.
Well, I wouldn't quite advise they should resort to risk-taking at this stage. There's plenty of time left yet.
Could move up a gear here. Nuno Mendes. And here's Mbappe, spread out to the left. Bruno Fernandes does really well there, he is strong. Japan are looking to break at pace. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Nuno Mendes. Reinders. Nice sequence of passes, this. Now it's Thuram. And he's picked out the run. Face to face. And the shot! And it's in! And look what it means to them. This is a position of genuine strength now. The movement so precise, the finish sumptuous.
Just when they thought they may be in at one end, they end up shipping a goal at the other, and it's all due to wonderful counter-attacking. They hardly had time to even react, and there's only one word to describe that: clinical.
Sporting Braga are now luxurious. Can he finish? Oh, the keeper's done ever so well.
I think he's done great there, both reading it and dealing with it. Size really matters, and it's time to make it matter now.
Jimenez getting this one clear. Well, that has not gone well. Can he get on the end of this? And now they can spring out of defence. And here's Haaland. Dealt with nicely by the defence. And here's Thuram. Mendes deals with that comfortably. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Sporting Braga trying to orchestrate a breakaway here by the looks of it.
Well, I would say that this is probably the easiest way to play the game, because you try and absorb in numbers defensively, and then you look to hit it with a long ball quickly on the counter-attack to get your men in behind the opposition defence.
Just looking for that one telling pass. Oh, played right into his path. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Reinders. Mendes picks it up out wide. Can he finish? Bruno Fernandes. Now it's Mbappe. And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Van de Ven. And again, they run up against stubborn defending. Oh, that's well spotted. That's a pretty loose pass. Chouameni. Oh, nicely intercepted. Havertz. Bruno Fernandes. And here's Reinders. Aimed beyond the defence. Nuno Mendes with the cross. Nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Out to the right. Threads one in. Well read, nice interception. And the whistle goes for half-time. Reflections on the first half?
Japan really should be thinking about killing this off early in the second half, Peter. The boss will be demanding the same level of intensity from his team, so I'd expect to see the same positive intent after the break, the same purpose again.
And we are back underway.
I think it'll be fascinating to see how they're going to change their approach here. They have to go for it and try and pull one back, but they also have to be aware that going 3 down will probably seal their fate.
Passing is crisp and sharp. Japan have reclaimed it. And he shoots! And a chance! He's got away with one there. Short changes him with that pass. Thuram. Havertz. And it's Bruno Fernandes. Haaland. Now it's Thuram. Well, there's the clearance. Haaland being hounded, manhandled at times.
Well, they seem intent on marking him out of the game. They're certainly trying to wind them up in the process, Peter.
Oh, no question, that's a foul.
Well, the way this game is offering less possession, they'll need to have a very good conversion rate.
Havertz. Bruno Fernandes. That's a super give and go. And that should get the job done. Mbappe. Now it's Thuram. And the counter is on. Pass is just off target. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Hakimi. Pass somewhat off target. Now it's Solot. Oh, well played. That has snuffed out the danger. Japan, perhaps wondering what the best time is for their next substitution. Bellingham.
It's a decent chance to counter-attack.
Chouameni. And it's Chouameni. Oh, it's a promising build-up. There's plenty of shoots! Off the post! It's in! Not so much sophistication as doggedness and sheer bloody-mindedness.
Well, I admire players who do that because they just don't give up on anything.
And when the manager called on him, he was only too happy to repay that faith.
That's just as the manager would have seen it, an impact sub.
Japan get themselves back into contention.
Well, there's a real sense that the momentum has shifted here, Peter, and the crowd are reacting to that now.
Out towards the flank. That's tidy. The ball goes in. Saliba with the clearance. Chance for a shot! Oh, that could cost them.
Well, I think that look says it all, Peter. Brilliant save from the keeper. He read the situation superbly.
Wits. Can he get onto this? He's picked his way through. No, he is not giving anything away.
Sporting Braga clearly have been instructed to kill this off. Offence is the best form of defence.
No way through. For a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Distributed tidily. Hakimi carries the ball down the right.
It's a good show of persistence, this. If they manage an equaliser, it'll be a great show.
Looking for a runner. That's good vision. Too much on it, and that is an easy claim for the keeper.
Sporting Braga really wanted that two-goal cushion, but it wasn't to be. Still, they should be able to see it out from here.
Oh, he had to make that, and he did make it. Jimenez gets rid without sophistication. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Searching pass he's played there.
You can never be short of runners into space, as long as the space...
Header! Oh, he's hit the bar! He can get that clear. Referee looks at his watch and blows his whistle. Well, this was a game they could so easily have won on another day, but alas, that wasn't to be, and they go down by the odd goal. How would you summarise what we've seen today then, Jim?
Well, they were posed with problems in wide areas, and they couldn't find a solution to those wide defensive positions. A very poor show.
My thanks to Jim. We both wish you a very good evening. Hello and welcome one and all. The atmosphere building very nicely here. Gorgeous, gorgeous evening. The skies are clear, the noise is fervent, the atmosphere frenetic. I'm Peter Drury, and here with me in the commentary box, I'm glad to report, is Jim Beglin.
Thanks for the intro, Peter. I've been soaking up the atmosphere and I'm really looking forward to what lies in store.
Well, the stage is set for a stirring showdown here. The supporters in great voice, and there's a real sense of anticipation in the air. Game on. There's the whistle. Sporting Braga have clearly decided to play here with a 5-3-2 formation, Jim.
Well, a reinforced rearguard, Peter, and a compact midfield probably suggests that they're focusing much on giving very little away. I think if you commit to that, then you really can't afford to concede, because it clearly demands a quick change in approach if you do, which isn't always easy, because in the build-up to this, believe me, they'll have been working principally on organisation and shape in training, and it's not easy just to suddenly come out of that.
Great chance! Jim, who do you reckon is pivotal?
Well, Peter, I think you and I can be sure that neither of us are going to present a serious challenge in trying to outrun Mickey van der Ven. This Dutchman is unusually fast for a defender, particularly the fact is he's 6'4". So I'm just concerned about his hamstrings. I know he's had problems in the past, and I just hope that doesn't go on to interrupt his career, but there's nobody really capable of outrunning him.
No argument from me on that front. It's easy to see how his presence alone affects both sides. And it's played in here. And he's there to clear it. He shifted it to the flank. And the assistant referee rightly gives him offside. Hakimi. Havertz. Anything noteworthy in the early part of the match, Jim?
Well, both sides seem happy with the patient approach for now, still trying to have a good look at one another.
Oh, good read.
That was well played, well stopped.
Sporting Braga are looking to break at pace. Oh, played right into his path. Too much on it, and that is an easy claim for the keeper. And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Great vision. Look at the... Tries a shot! In he goes again! Goal! Braga! And it's Braga who take the lead! And he's only too grateful to capitalise on the keeper's misfortune.
Listen, he would have been advised to do that as a kid, and it's obviously etched in his mind now.
So we have our breakthrough.
Well, this will present the manager with a few interesting options, Peter. Try sitting on this or push on with the opposition now forced to come out.
Looking for a runner. Pass somewhat off target. No, he's not getting any further than that. Havertz. Threads one in. Oh, that's an excellent interception. Well, the ball just didn't work out for the run that he made.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
Little pass back.
They're really getting no time to think on the ball here.
Not pretty, but it gets the job done.
Japan really can't go chasing this game too soon. Any rash decisions now could see them lose it.
Can he get on the end of this? Chouameni. So what can they make of this? To Havertz. And it's Hakimi. Thùa. Shot a goal! It's a goal! They have come roaring back!
Well, they were starting to look more and more threatening, Peter, so this comes as no surprise. The fans here are pretty fired up now.
And that was as close to certain as can be.
Well, so often it comes down to that quality on the final pass, and we've got it here, Peter. The defence might want to have a good look at themselves as to how they let it happen.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
This is exactly the kind of contest you'd expect when you have so much class from both sides. The next goal is going to be so significant.
Thuram has been shown a yellow card for that offence, just to confirm. Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. And it's Reinders. Nuno Mendes. Thuram. Oh, that was vital. Thuram might just make this. Bruno Fernandes. Havertz. Nice interception, well timed. Nuno Mendes. Mbappe. Havertz. And the pass is intercepted. And it's Mendes. Rice. And it's Tchouaméni. Now Pedro Porro. Pinches it off him. Thuram. A probing pass. Thuram in acres of space out wide. Easy enough for the goalkeeper. Referee's had a look, and he's blown his whistle for half-time. Well, the glass is either half full or half empty. Neither side yet truly to impose themselves, and it's level pegging at half-time. Reflections on the first half?
Japan really showed some resolve in that first half, Peter, after going behind. So I think the message from the manager will be quite a positive one. Keep going and keep doing what you've been doing, because it's pretty good.
That's been a decent 45 minutes. Competitive, certainly, and a goal each. And if Thuram! Plenty to enjoy about the build-up there, not so much the finish.
Thuram really did pass up on a good opportunity then, but some of the build-up play was absolutely majestic.
Now he's got space here. Rice. Chooses to go cross-field. And that's been intercepted.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Jimenez. Rice. Nuno Mendes. Rice. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Could move up a gear here. Bruno Fernandes going full tilt down the right-hand side. They're trying everything to subdue him here.
Well, they seem intent on marking him out of the game. They're certainly trying to wind him up in the process, Peter.
Thuram, defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. That's a cute ball. Bruno Fernandes. That is good strength. Oh, he's tripped him right on the cusp of the penalty area. Japan really could have done without this. He'll know exactly where he wants to put it. goal! Braga! Not much more than a formality.
That's a good penalty. Made the keeper commit early and set himself up for quite a comfortable finish.
Sporting Braga go into the lead. Nuno Mendes. Japan are, of course, in a position to go to the bench should the need arise.
Well, the manager's got a decision to make here, whether he's happy to stick or twist. Well, that's certainly more like it. They can't let the intensity drop now, Peter.
This is a really front-footed approach.
Well, the question now is whether they can sustain it.
He's on it. Can he get away? He has found the way through. He's in a great shape to shoot. It's in. And this is getting better and better. And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Well, it's an example of counter-attacking at its finest. Real cut and thrust.
Well, it's an inspired substitution. Terrific move by the boss.
I think the manager's claiming an assist here.
Sporting Braga take a 2-goal lead and are looking good for the win.
Well, that's really winded the opposition. You can see their manager screaming on the touchline, telling his team to calm down. But they'll need to do that pretty quickly. It's composure from here.
He gets a ticking off and needs to be very careful now.
He just needs to find the control button on his aggression before the ref does it for him, Peter.
And that is out and behind. It's a good block.
They've got a healthy number of very tall targets to pick out from this corner.
And he's really put himself on the line here. Sporting Braga have their second corner now. He's gone for goal! Oh, just wide.
Oh, did the keeper have that covered? I'm not sure he did. I think I need a replay on that one.
Nuno Mendes. And it's Bellingham. Pedro Porro. And it's Wirtz. Ambitious ball here. It's Bellingham. Oh, good-looking ball.
They've got to make this nice and quick.
Neatly clipped into space. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. Chance here to counter. Nuno Mendes. Well, that tackle was certainly sturdy. Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning. Havertz. Up towards the front line. Played out towards the right wing. Played back in. And that's an errant pass. That's a pretty loose pass.
It was indecision all round. They have to do a bit better than that.
Hakimi. Van de Ven. Hakimi. Hakimi, who does have an assist to his name. Nuno Mendes. Now, can they get him away? Here comes the cross. He rises! Oh, split-second reaction.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
And it's Porro. Now, that looks a decent ball. Wirtz. He's got tall. Oh, crossbar! Looking to play him in. Takes aim and cross. Solid! He won't be happy with that one. Oh, that's ambitious. Oh, denied! Brilliantly!
Well, someone's doing his job properly, Peter, that's for sure.
And the referee has brought play back and shown him a yellow card. So, third corner of the game. And there goes the final whistle. Well, that's a tough one. Losing is never good, but this one feels especially hard to take. Not a lot that went glaringly wrong, but the result is one that will make them suffer. How would you sum up what we've witnessed, Jim?
Japan desperately failing to impose themselves on the game. Decidedly flat, disjointed in so many areas on the pitch, and you're never going to win like that.
Many thanks to Jim, and with that, it is a very good night to you. So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here, a clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. I'm your commentator, Peter Drury, and providing his unique brand of expert analysis, here's Jim Beglin.
Thanks for the intro, Peter. I've been soaking up the atmosphere and I'm really looking forward to what lies in store.
And the mood is boisterous. It is a perfect ambience for the central characters who are ready now to perform. Well, if you did just miss it, we are up and running already. Pass just lacking in accuracy. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. And it's Porro.
Such good technique.
Mendes kept his eye on it, and he's there. Reinders. That's a good run down the left. Chouameni has been caught there, it's a foul. Well seen, saw that coming.
That was well played, well stopped.
It's a good run down the right. Oh, it's a searing run. He is a man on a mission. Now, and the shot! Oh, not this time, but a lot of applause for the thought.
Yeah, that was really sharp. That kind of delivery can play havoc with defences.
A poorly directed kick from the keeper. He's given it away. And it's Mendes. Looking to go deep. There will be a throw-in. Jim, which player is best equipped for this game?
Well, Nuno Mendes here, I think, will be very important, Peter, particularly if they start to spread the play, because he's excellent in one-on-one positions, both attacking and defending. So I'd expect him to have some of that cutting edge in the team, making himself a great option when they've got possession.
Yeah, he'll certainly be leaving his mark on this game, quite possibly actually at both ends. Reinders. Quarter of an hour played. Reinders. Japan are still to register a shot on target. As a matter of fact, a shot of any type. No way through, so back it comes. He's having a go! Denied by an instinctive save.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played. Well, height could make all the difference on these set pieces.
He's got tall. Goal! Japan! Great corner, and he did the rest.
Yeah, it all came from some really smart movement, Peter. Did the defence let themselves down by not picking him up? I think the boss won't be amused.
Japan have broken through. It's 1-0.
Yeah, and just as the manager's been reminding his players, this is the time where they can't afford to let their focus slip.
Bruno Fernandes.
They've got to be quick moving this forward.
Turns back here, probably the best option. And the two sides separated by the game's only breakthrough moment to this point. And the score is 1-0. And it's Bruno Fernandes. And here's Haaland, out towards the flank. Fired. Oh, what a climb! Really well taken goal. A quite incredible spell. They are flying. Devoid of any complexity, but boy, was that certain.
Yeah, but I think most of the credit has to go for the ball into the box, Peter. Just came in at the perfect time and the perfect angle.
Japan are now luxuriating in a 2-goal lead.
This is wonderful front-footed football. The manager will be absolutely...
Goes for a shot! They've scored! Back to within one! Interesting! It is a good finish. The odds were against him. Little matter.
Such a well-worked finish. It looked like he was going to be shut down, but he thrives in situations like that.
We have got ourselves a game here.
Well, what a difference a goal makes. Now all of a sudden it seems the belief is back.
Now it's Reinders. That's a little off target. Howson cuts out the pass. Japan looking to pass their way through. Mendes powering forward here. Not the most convincing of passes. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Can he get onto this? Reinders. We've got 5 minutes till half-time. Unai Simon clears. Looking for a runner. Neatly clipped into space. Well, there is a look that says it all. A piercing stare.
Encouraged the pass with an intelligent run, but the pass just lacked pace.
And here's Mbappe. Thuram is onto this. Reinders. Tries to play it through. Bruno Fernandes. Now it's Haaland. Not the most accurate pass. Unai Simon gets it away. And the half-time whistle goes. It's been thrills and spills at either end in the first half. Neither side really seizing the initiative, and both teams still very much in it. And neither side holding back here. It has been quite a half, this.
Well, I think the message from the manager at half-time will be pretty simple, Peter. He's going to want them to play at a higher tempo, press more, higher up the pitch, pass quicker, and entice the opposition out of position. He knows how crucial the next goal will be.
Japan are up by the odd goal in 3, just about shading things at the break. And if you have just joined us, well, we've just begun the second period here. Bruno Fernandes. The ball's gone astray. Now it's Haaland. Searching pass he's played there. That looks a good ball through. He has found the way through. He's in space and looking for options. Nicked it back promptly. Played out to the left flank. Nuno Mendes. He rises! Oh, surely that deserved a better outcome.
Yeah, it's very well timed. A delivery like that with the right amount of pace and whip can be a nightmare to defend against.
Sporting Braga choosing to make the first change. Reinders. Bruno Fernandes. Now he's got space here. Knocks it into space. Skims one in.
What a letdown when you've got such presence and movement.
Rice. And Mendes. Oh, that's well spotted. Well, that tackle was certainly sturdy. Reinders. Played into space. Van der Ven promptly onto that, and that is that. Hakimi, who's set up one goal so far. It's a promising position, and that's been intercepted.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Well, the first goal came from this. Haaland! Oh, the keeper's done very, very well to deny him. Corner number 3 coming up. And that should get the job done. Japan have kept their powder dry on the substitution front so far. Could that be about to change?
Well, you would hope for some movement off the bench, Peter, knowing you get an extra sub in extra time.
And it's Soboslai. Chouameni. Howson spots it and intercepts. Nuno Mendes. Ah, it's good pressure, good intensity.
Yeah, better communication and lots of contact seems to be the route to quietening him down now.
Nicely weighted ball.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Saliba. And they've switched it over to the other side.
Well spotted.
Reinders producing a good steal there, showing a good level of alertness. Bruno Fernandes. No, not quite on the same wavelength. It's not an especially good pass. Oh no, this does not look good. Chouameni is fouled. So, time for changes on both sides, actually. Half an hour gone in the second half. Wirtz. DiMarco has it out wide and in space.
Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
Cross goes in there. Cross deflected behind for a corner. Terrific header! And he hits the net! Braga back in business! A wonderful delivery, and all it needed was a touch.
So well played, Peter. Did a great job keeping sight of the ball, made a classic move and met it perfectly.
We have ourselves a real game here.
Well, this ought to give them some renewed energy. If anyone's going to win it in normal time, you've got to make them favourites now.
Solot might just make this. Matheus Cunha is offering some sort of an apology there.
Clearly is miffed, having made the run and not get picked out.
5 minutes left on the clock. Hakimi gives it back.
They're really getting no time to think on the ball here.
And it's Neves.
I think we might be done here, Peter. I don't see there being enough time for them to try again.
Shoots! Oh, that's incredible! And that may just do it! One sweeping move executed with deadly efficiency.
Look, if you want to be effective on the break, then the key element is always pace. That's what really rips defences apart, and it's difficult to find an answer to it when it's applied like that.
Oh, smashing header! Oh, denied brilliantly!
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that. This is a Hollywood or bust corner. The final whistle is up next.
And he's taking no chances there. And they've got a throw. Howson. Oh, good play on the left-hand side here. Little pass back. And that is it. The referee has seen enough. Japan illustrating perfectly the fickle nature of football. Welcome to those who have joined us all here on a beautiful, clear evening. The conditions contributing to a fantastic atmosphere in the stands. This really is the place to be. I'm Peter Drury, and seated in the experts' hot seat is our man Jim Beglin.
Well, thanks, Peter. There's a great sense of anticipation in this stadium, and I've been hit by it too.
Expectations and decibels both rising fast here. Things are heating up, and we'll be getting underway very soon. Things have got underway here pretty promptly.
They'll want to make the most of this turnover.
And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Well seen. Saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Jim, who do you pick out as the telling individual today?
Well, Peter, Erling Haaland is very much the player in all of football in so many ways. His development really owes to the fact that he made all the best choices. The clubs, the coaches, everything has been meticulously planned, and an awful lot of that would be attributed to his dad's experience.
Hard to disagree with that. It is the sort of situation he thrives in. Rice. Knocks it into space. Can he finish? Goal! Braga! And it's Braga who take the lead.
Yeah, and he did well not to stray offside there as well, Peter. He just seemed to instinctively know when the ball was going to be delivered, and he got it right.
Foul and a free kick in a very dangerous area. Oh, it's not taken him long, and that's going to be a booking.
Well, it was deliberate, it was cynical, and you have to understand the frustration of being denied a clear opportunity, but it had to be done.
Bruno Fernandes, ready to try one.
Well, I think they could do with making this count, especially from here.
And that has been clubbed away. Now that looks a decent ball. And that's aimed into the middle. Chance for a shot! Howson kept aware, and it is reclaimed easily. And he's running through. That's great defensive work. It doesn't take too much imagination to guess what would have happened otherwise.
Oh, I was on the edge of my seat then. He just took on one too many.
Looking tidy in possession here. And it's Tchouaméni. And there's his chance to lead the counter. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Tchouaméni.
Japan are really in a position where patience and prudence will serve them best. Time's on their side.
Reinders tries to pass it through. He shifted it to the flank. Incoming delivery. And the keeper beats it away. Tchouaméni. And now the breakaway. And again, they run up against stubborn defending. Nuno Mendes. And that interception was most necessary. Reinders. Ndika. And they've got a throw. And played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Nicely shaped ball. He's got plenty of space out wide here. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Havertz. Bruno Fernandes.
How many interceptions have we seen now? Someone's got to up the quality and set an example.
Reinders. Havertz. And it's Bruno Fernandes. Oh, that's superb. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. A heavy challenge. Some excellent tackling here, and that one a perfect example. Well, that has not gone well. And that's put paid to a promising move. Havertz! It's an inviting-looking ball, that. And he was quick to react. Wirtz. Thuram. And that's been intercepted.
That was well played, well stopped.
Havertz. Havertz running with the ball. Oh, this looks sharp. Mbappe, great vision. Now that's well seen too. And it's half-time here. So a steady, solid and more than satisfactory first half. They've got the lead and that gives them something to build on after the break.
Well, let's not beat about the bush, Peter. It's been fairly flat and the support have had little to cheer about. So an awful lot of questions have got to be asked and the answers need to be found in a hurry.
And we are already promptly back underway.
Well, I think in these circumstances, it's all about how to adjust the balance of your team. I mean, you want to get back in it as soon as possible, but without leaving yourself too open.
And the shot! Reinders. Havertz. Nuno Mendes. Havertz. Now it's Thuram. And that's another good win of the ball. Now it's Thuram. Reinders. Nice looking ball. Saliba cuts it out. And they've got rid. Nuno Mendes. Havertz. And it's Mendes. Looking to go deep. It's a good spell of possession, this. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Decent chance!
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
A noticeable change in the approach to defending here. Much more in your face.
Yeah, and if they're going to try and stop him in this fashion, Peter, they're going to really test the referee's patience from here.
Wirtz. Sporting Braga do have a chance to counter here.
You can never be short of runners into space, as long as the space left behind is filled.
Ndika deals with that comfortably. Your impression so far, Jim?
Well, the time has arrived to start taking risks. They may well be happy just to level this.
Alvarez. Japan, perhaps wondering what the best time is for their next substitution.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking for change in a tight game like this, Peter, it's all about getting the timing right.
Strokes it back.
They're really getting no time to think on the ball here.
And he's there to belt it away. Oh, nice touch.
Well, that's certainly more like it. They can't let the intensity drop now, Peter.
They're coming again and again. Shoots! No mistake! Japan are level! And he stuck it away as if laser guided.
That's just a fabulous, fabulous finish. Anything that close to the frame of the goal, 99 times out of 100, the keeper's not getting there.
Japan grabbed the equaliser and we're all square.
Well, I'd happily watch this every week, Peter. This is exactly what you want from a big game.
Just about up to 75 minutes. Hakimi could try cutting inside. Oh, what a climb! Against the crossbar! No messing about, just bludgeoned away. DiMarco engages and forces him off the ball.
Sporting Braga really can't be faulted for their attitude, and if they go on to win this, it'll be fully deserved.
Hakimi. Japan need to make something happen here. Howson. And it's Bellingham. Spread it left. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
This is intriguing. Next goal critical.
Well, a goal either way at this stage would qualify as a steal.
Reinders. That's a cute ball. There's the shot! The final 5 minutes. That a foul? Yes, the referee's given it. Van der Ven has been sent off, just to confirm that, of course, that was his second yellow card. Chouameni plays a sharp little ball. He's having a shot! It's run loose. Who's going to get there? He'll try to keep this alive.
Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
And here's... tries a shot! Oh, he hit that sweetly.
Well, they've got to get everyone forward, and maybe even the keeper.
Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Over to the left. And here's Alvarez. Now the cross. And now they can clear their lines. Hakimi. That's it. We're going to get 30 minutes more.
Well, I think many on that pitch were ready for the final whistle to come, so let's hope that there's still plenty of energy about.
Well, fitness and fatigue, the key factors now as we head for extra time. 90 minutes gone and nothing between them still. Oh, what a mistake! He's picked his way through. Thuram! And collective relief etched on the faces of the defenders.
They've got to be quick moving this forward.
Jimenez. It's a searching pass. And here's Reinders. Ndika does really well to win the ball there.
Yeah, they were looking for a counter-attack.
Now it's Alvarez. Now it's Bellingham. This looks promising. He's through. Chance, surely! Oh, it's in! And that may just do it! The movement so precise, the finish sumptuous.
Look, if you want to be effective on the break, then the key element is always pace. That's what really rips defences apart, and it's difficult to find an answer to it when it's applied like that.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for.
This is the perfect example of how to play with a man advantage. Move the opposition from side to side, wear them down, deserve goal. There they go, hunting again.
Well, he's not happy with that challenge, but the referee has let it go. Oh, that's fabulous. Searching pass he's played there. And that's a nicely shaped ball. And reclaimed it in a trice. Aimed beyond. On the finish! It's in! Two to the good, and they are purring. Absolutely. And that's it. Well, that's it for tonight's match. So it just remains for me to thank Jim Beglin alongside me and to wish you all a very good evening. Well, what a sight this is. A beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm your commentator, Peter Drury, and providing his unique brand of expert analysis, here's Jim Beglin.
Well, thanks for that, Peter. I'm more than ready to get going here.
And the mood is boisterous. It is a perfect ambience for the central characters who are ready now to perform. We have already started here. So, Jim, this feels like a lineup designed to counter threats out wide. Is that it?
Yeah, you will in theory have the numerical advantage, Peter, on the wings. So it's going to be a...
Shapes to shoot! Now, who's going to be first to this? Well, that was nice, but not quite the end product required.
That's good running. It makes life so much easier when you have people who are willing to go beyond the defence like that.
Who do you, Jim, see making the difference here?
Well, Peter, he may be a player who we still haven't worked out what his best position is, but I still think that...
Havertz! The ball goes, and another try! And again! It's hit the upright. All eyes on the referee. It's a penalty. Japan presented with a golden opportunity here. This to go one up. And he's denied. Loose ball now, and there's a chase on to retrieve it. That's tidy. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Great defending, strong and determined. And here's Thuram. Lovely pass, but can he get there? Mbappe. And that's been intercepted.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Chance! And he has kept it out somehow.
Really anticipated that well, didn't he? Well, height could make all the difference on these set pieces.
Cleared away. There's the shot! They want to be quick to recover this.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
And here's Haaland. And he's been shifted off it. So, Jim, what are you thinking?
Well, it's plain for all to see who has settled into this game with the greater superiority. Now for a goal.
Pedro Porro could try cutting inside here. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. Ndika. Nuno Mendes. Another pass just keeps it ticking over. Oh, well played, well played. Reinders. Real chance! And kept out by the most elastic of saves.
Havertz really must be thinking what he has to do to score there.
Japan have their second corner now. Bruno Fernandes goes short. It's a promising position. Goes for goal! No, he's missed it.
Well, it was going to take something a bit special from there, and that wasn't it.
And it's Porro. Bruno Fernandes. Thuram receives it in a wide position. Mbappe touches it back. Reinders plays a He's having a shot! Oh, he did the hard part right, but fluffed the finish.
Mbappe deserves a lot of credit for his willingness to make those runs. The passers will always have an option with him.
Well, that tackle was certainly sturdy. Nuno Mendes. Played towards the other side. Sporting Braga trying to orchestrate a breakaway here by the looks of it.
Well, I would say that this is probably the easiest way to play the game because you try and absorb in numbers defensively and then you look to hit it with a long ball quickly on the counter-attack to get your men in behind the opposition defence.
Just looking for that one telling pass. Nuno Mendes. Rice. That's a lovely, neat pass. So much time and space here. That's good defending, very good defending.
That's just playing it safe and simple.
Mendes did well to step in there. That was more than necessary. It's still 0-0, but no shortage of effort. Holland, can he finish? That's another chance. Goal! Japan! Half-time imminent. What a time to score. Some heroic goalkeeping, but even that couldn't save them this time.
Yeah, his instinct told him that the keeper would struggle to cope with that, so top marks for him following up. I think it's really sharp play, it was well read, and he was a little quicker than everybody else.
So we have our breakthrough.
Well, I think the managers are going to have to scrap whatever they had.
And he shoots! And yes, it's there! A quite incredible spell. They are flying.
Well, I don't want to be overly harsh on the defensive side of things here, Peter, but the build-up was so slick and executed with such quality, it made life just that bit too difficult for them.
Japan are now... And there is the half-time whistle. What have we learned from the first 45 minutes?
Japan really did kick on after getting that first goal. Could they have gone another one and killed the game off completely? Possibly. But as long as they can keep up the intensity, maintain the purpose levels, I think they'll get another chance soon enough.
Japan go in at half-time on a comfortable 2-goal cushion. Whistle goes, and we start the second half. And that has left him in a heap. Good defending there. They've slammed the door in the faces of the opposition. He's found a way through. He's gone for goal! Sticks it away! The second half off to a spectacular start. One sweeping move, executed with deadly efficiency.
Yeah, when you're hit on the counter-attack like that, it's like walking into a sucker punch, and they're dazed.
We have got ourselves a game here.
What a difference a half-time rocket from the manager can make. This is exactly the response he'd be looking for.
Bruno Fernandes. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Now it's Chouameni. Havertz. And here's Thuram. Shot a goal! Oh, it's hit the post. Quality ball. Well, that has not gone well. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played. Well stopped.
Oh, delightful ball. It could be in here. And a chance! It's loose, and there's a race for the ball.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
All the way back. Saliba. And it's Rice. Sporting Braga finding their passes. Unai Simon breathes a sigh of relief as he gets his hands on the ball. Haaland being hounded, manhandled at times.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
Brilliantly cut out. And he's there to get it away.
Well, it's definitely the right attitude and application, Peter. They've got to keep pushing.
This is a really And the shot! Oh, it's come off the upright. Skillfully cut out. He is so at ease on the ball. And it's Bruno Fernandes. Passes coming off in quick succession here. Chouameni did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Nuno Mendes. Japan are looking pretty rattled at the moment, Jim.
There's no doubt about that, Peter. It looks like they've had the proverbial carpet swept from underneath them. And it's amazing how much one goal can change things.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to make any prediction on this right now. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
And the pass is intercepted. Chouameni, Japan, perhaps wondering what the best time is for their next substitution.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking for change in a tight game like this, Peter, it's all about getting the timing right.
Stood up well to him there. Can he get it through? And it's Hakimi. Cross from Hakimi.
Japan clearly have been instructed to kill this off. Offence is the best form of defence.
Passes short and sharp. Looking to play him in. And it's made its way to him. And the shot! And that could come back to haunt them.
That was extremely good focus from the keeper, and it could turn out to be quite a significant moment.
So there's going to be another change here. Oh, smashing in for the pieces! Really well taken goal. And with the match slipping away, they have hauled themselves off the canvas. And he's only too grateful to capitalise on the keeper's misfortune.
Well, it still had to be finished off, so well done to the goal scorer, but the keeper should have done a lot better.
This has become one superb game of football.
Well, now they've saved themselves. You can really sense a change in the whole atmosphere here. It's going to be pretty manic from now to the final whistle.
Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Desperate defending required here. That's a decent clearance.
Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
Now he's off and running. Now it's Matheus Cunha, and here's Wirtz. Fourth official showing that there will be 3 minutes of added time. Reinders. Hakimi. Well, that is one way to stop him. And here's the chance to counter. Oh, perfectly measured that. Hakimi plays it in low. Unai Simon claims it safe hands. 90 minutes up, and we will be back for extra time.
Well, I think many on that pitch were ready for the final whistle to come, so let's hope that there's still plenty of energy about.
So all square, we need a winner, and we will be back for extra time. Into extra time we go. Japan conceded an equaliser late on. Now they have to do it all again. Do they have what it takes? Tonali. Now João Neves. Chouameni makes the interception. Tonali. And it's Hakimi. Wits. Neither of these two want to come off second best.
That's a modern defender's instinct from a modern coach's mindset.
Bellingham. Japan looking to pass their way through. Deep cross. Climbs up big!
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
Bellingham with the foul. The ref's been lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances. Saliba. Jimenez. Now, can they get him away? No, he's not getting his way this time. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Alvarez. And it's Neves. Well, the idea was a good one. The execution of it, not quite so.
Clearly is miffed, having made the run and not get picked out.
Half-time, extra time. Well, both teams have run themselves into the ground out there. Does anyone have one last moment of magic in them? And we're off for the final time. Well, this really has been an epic encounter, and there are some tired limbs out there. How much more can the players give? Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Tonali. Alvarez. It's Bellingham. Tries the cross. Tries to get it clear. Tonali. And here's Thuram! A game with so much to race. He's tried one! Well, now it's a race for the ball.
Oh, once he made the save, it didn't take the keeper long to start barking at his defence.
He's had a fair tumble under that challenge. He's away! Surlot. Shot could be... on the finish! Yes, he's done it! And that has raised the roof! A momentary lapse mercilessly exploited. They were absolutely lethal.
Oh, that was beautifully done. They were ready to pounce and they were clinical when the opportunity presented itself.
Sporting Braga complete their comeback, and now they only need to hold out for a few minutes.
Well, look, Peter, I feel I've got to stress that there's still time for another, so we can't be too presumptuous yet.
Now that looks a decent ball. Cross needs to be good. Japan could have here their final chance.
It's make or break time now, and they're all headed for the penalty box.
Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Chance for a shot! That was superb goalkeeping.
Bellingham actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest. Well, in my opinion, set pieces are 50-50 moments, and this is a rather big one, and it all depends on the service.
Not a lot we need to say about that. And that's it. Japan illustrating perfectly the fickle nature of football. Japan, get ready for another crack at the big prize. Will they get the win they need to get their campaign off to a flying start, or will their bubble burst over the course of the next 90 minutes? Well, the stage is set for a stirring showdown here. The supporters in great voice, and there's a real sense of anticipation in the air. Game on. Well, if you did just miss it, we are up and running already.
Well, this 4-4-2 formation is often used in the modern era defensively, but it used to be the gold standard of formations a generation or so ago, Peter, and it does allow the fullbacks to play a key role in attack.
Yeah, It's Ibrahimovic! Ibrahimovic! It could only be him!
Well, this is already looking rather ominous for the opposition. When a player of his calibre can open up the scoring with a brilliantly classy finish, it could be a very long match for that defence to prevent it happening again.
The movement so precise, the finish sumptuous.
Well, it's an example of counter-attacking at its finest. Real cut and thrust.
Vietnam finding themselves unexpectedly behind. Nice interception, well timed. Threads one in. Quality ball. Oh, super find. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Japan leading here thanks to that early goal. And the score is 1-0. He's got away. He's had a chance! And that is doing no harm at all.
Spirited to say the least. Certainly gave this crowd something to really cheer about.
Oh, that pass isn't the best. Beckham with the challenge, and he has given away a free kick. Beckham is being told in no uncertain terms that this will be his final warning.
Well, I think the referee would have told him to rate it in or suffer the consequences.
Played into space. Pass is just off target. Well, it is clear to see that he is not at all happy with that.
Well, that's down to a simple miscalculation. No more, no less.
He's picked his way through. Lovely ball and he shoots! It's in! They have come roaring back!
Well, they were starting to look more and more threatening, Peter, so this comes as no surprise. The fans here are pretty fired up now.
That is so good, such sharp skills and such a delicious finish.
Well, I think he was saying to his teammates, how dare you doubt me?
And the finish! Goal! Japan! And they've got their lead back. Another moment of magic, a real wow moment.
Yeah, he gets top marks for that finish. I honestly thought his odds weren't that good.
Japan take the lead. Cannavaro. Still very early doors, but it is a closely contested affair. Bale is, of course, well known for his dancing feet. A good-looking ball. Best. And that's really well manoeuvred. Very nearly half an hour gone here. Oh, that's superb. He's in space and looking for options. And that has been clubbed away. Well, that has not gone well. Oh, facing up to his adversary. This is a formidable matchup. That's a cute ball. No, that's been intercepted. Raul. Rijkaard. Tries to play it through. Oh, that's well spotted. Best. And it's Del Piero. And here's Ibrahimovic. Baresi. Coming up to half-time, leading, and things are looking pretty good. Raul. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Del Piero. Raul. Fiore. Lovely pass, but can he get there? Well, the ball just didn't work out for the run that he made.
Vietnam clearly didn't help themselves by telegraphing that one. It was always going to be intercepted.
Roll! Del Piero. Aimed beyond the defence. And no, that was never going to make it. Vieira. Looking for options for movement. It's not an especially good pass, that. Has a look and plays it forward. Nicely weighted ball. Nice bit of trickery. He's one-on-one, surely! Oh, the referee's got a decision to make here. What's he going to give? The referee has given a free kick just outside the box. Thuram has been sent off for that incident. The referee showed no hesitation in getting out a straight red card.
Well, Peter, I don't think he even had time to blink. This is just a spontaneous reaction.
Yeah, he's pulled him up for that challenge. And the whistle goes for half-time. Well, the scoreline at half-time, a fair reflection of things overall, you'd have to say that. There was certainly no lack of effort or endeavour in the first half. It is quite a game, breathless and laced with excitement.
Well, it's a lead that's by no means convincing. The manager can't go too easy on his players here. I think they need to re-establish that focus and try to lift the purpose again. They'll want a good start to the second half.
Japan are up by the odd goal in 3, just about shading things at the break. And the game has already resumed here. Pullet. Ronaldo is in a really good position out wide. Well cut out, no margin for error there at all. Great vision, and he was quick to react. Pullet. Pullet unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. And he cuts out the supply. Beckham. Raul plays a sharp little ball here. And he's managed to get free. Oh, important interception. Vieira.
Yeah, the hat-trick is definitely on his mind, Peter. He wants to get it over with as quickly as he can. Just about everything he's done, for me, he's done it with real conviction.
He certainly has. Really satisfying performance from him. A smiling satisfaction emanating from him. He is embracing this game. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. And it's Ibrahimovic. Bale. Danger averted for now. Nicely shaped ball. Floated through. Buffon is there and he can get that clear. Bale is one whose deliveries we all know about. And he was alert to it. Beckham.
Well, that's certainly more like it. They can't let the intensity drop now, Peter.
They're coming again and again.
A lucky break would certainly help their cause now.
Oh no, he's got that wrong. For a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Best. He shifted it to the flank. He's found a way through. A lot of space. Can he finish? They've done it! A 2-goal lead and they're firmly in control. And that really is so impressive.
Yeah, and having the thrust to get there is one thing, having the composure to score is another.
Well, that has changed the dynamic somewhat.
That has the feeling of a breath of fresh air, Peter, and now they can fill their lungs and just blow them away.
Del Piero proves just a little bit too strong. And this is Ibrahimovic. Rijkaard. Can he get on the end of this? Hullet.
Decent attempt, that, just a little mistimed.
Well, he has slightly undercooked that one.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
Well, that tackle was certainly sturdy. Expertly cut out, really nicely done. Well, the runner's been sold a little bit short there.
Vietnam clearly should have gone for the easier pass. Now they'll have to quickly regroup.
Vietnam have it back and can go again. And it's Olmo. Another pass just keeps... Shot a goal! Oh, and that is really good tenacity. Beckham standing over it. And that has been knocked clear. Japan are looking to go forward now. And it's made its way to him. Just the keeper to beat! Now, can he find a finish? Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. Oh, well played, well played.
They've got to be quick moving this forward.
Ronaldo might just make this. Ibrahimovic. Dani Olmo. And it's Rijkaard. Looking for a runner. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. No, he wasn't being taken in by that trickery. He won't be happy with that one. Time added on will be 2 minutes. Ibrahimovic. Added time is up, and there goes the whistle. Japan can take all the spoils, and it is nothing less than what they are perfectly entitled to, following this splendid display of poise, potency, and proficiency. Ibrahimovic picking up the Man of the Match award, and no surprise there. Japan may not have finished with 11, but they have shown terrific spirit and they claim the win.
Well, that's what spirit and togetherness is all about, Peter. I thought they showed terrific desire and focus and fitness in refusing to settle.
So bring it on. Hype, expectation, emotion. The game yet to kick off. The excitement already palpable. The Dutch capital is rocking. It always has. It did in the days when the great man after whom this arena is named took to the field, and it still does here and now. The faithful expect, and the team must deliver. So it's away we go then. Ajax have gone 4-3-3. Jim, how do you interpret that?
Well, a system promoted by the rise of total football, Peter. The wider players in the front three are key operators in how it all works on and off the ball. They have to provide for the central striker, of course, and protect their fullbacks, so they'll get few breathers. If these two don't make a good impression, there are quite good replacements on the bench.
Now he's got space here. Goes looking wide. Jim, which player is best equipped for this game?
Well, Peter, I've always liked this guy, Jordan Henderson. Someone who has had unrealistic expectations to live up to, but his athleticism, his improved passing, the fact that he's become more adventurous has definitely made him a much better player, and all underpinned by a great desire and real commitment.
Ibrahimovic! Dani Olmo could move up a gear here.
That's positional gold, the utilisation of space.
Anything noteworthy in the early part of the match, Jim?
Well, both sides seem happy with the patient approach for now, still trying to have a good look at one another.
Dani Olmo. Good running, strong and purposeful. Henderson deals with that comfortably. Howson clears.
Well, he was given the time and room initially to hold on to the ball, but eventually he was squeezed that bit harder and the task became too much. I think he's got to be a little quicker in his distribution then and get others into the match.
Oh, he's burst through. There's the shot! And that has earned a few nods of approval from the bench. Ajax with the corner, they're first. And he's there to clear it. And now a sudden chance to counter. Aimed beyond the defence. A slightly better ball would have led to a very different outcome there.
Japan clearly should have gone for the easier pass. Now they'll have to quickly regroup.
Out towards the flank. Japan looking to pass their way through. Turns and goes back.
That's just playing it safe and simple.
Del Piero. Played out wide. Bale. Tries the cross. Buffon deals with that nice and simple. Driving forward. Knocks it into space. Best! Oh, it's fallen loose again! Goal! Japan! First blood drawn. Some heroic goalkeeping, but even that couldn't save them this time.
Well, they say all goalkeepers are crazy, and after that, maybe there's some truth in it.
Japan have broken through. It's 1-0.
Look, he's the one everyone expects to put the ball in the net. That's what he's paid to do.
Cristiano Ronaldo. He has a look up. Shapes to shoot! Dani Olmo plays the game a step ahead of almost anyone. Can he get on the end of this? And this is Vieri. Gets into some space. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. Hullet. Now there's a fine ball. No foul, says the referee. Ajax look happy to sit back for the moment here.
Yeah, everything they're doing screams.
Oh, shooting chance! Del Piero.
Japan can certainly afford to see this half out now and reset during the break.
Kukçu. And it's Olmo. And that interception was most necessary. And if you have just joined us, still just one goal between them. And the score is 1-0. A probing pass. And they're not going to make any further progress now. That's the throw. Passing is crisp and sharp. Tries to play it through. And he's on a charge. Great vision. Oh, he's certainly caught him there. It's a free kick. Just a talking to, I think. Yes, it is. Half-time nearly with us. They will be desperate not to concede here.
I think it looks as if they're going to try and whip this one in with pace.
Hullet with the clearance. And that'll be the final action of the first half. Well, there were plenty of talking points in that first half, but just the one goal. It's still anybody's game here.
Yeah, I like the fact that there was a genuine flow to this game as well as intent. But I can't help feeling that their efforts deserved that little bit more.
Japan have played well here, and they have the all-important lead. It's 1-0. And we are back underway.
Japan really need to go and grab another goal now, Peter, if they're going to go on and secure this.
And this is Vieri. And that is exemplary defending.
Well, what can you say about that? Just about everything was stacked against him, and he still came through.
Hullet. Strokes it back.
That's good pressure. It gave him no other choice.
Well, the idea was a good one. The execution of it, not quite so.
Encouraged the pass with an intelligent run, but the pass just lacked pace.
And it's Ibrahimovic. Best. Shoots! He's got a goal! And there's the goal they've been looking for. And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Look, if you want to be effective on the break, then the key element is always pace. That's what really rips defences apart, and it's difficult to find an answer to it when it's applied like that.
Japan are sitting pretty, 2-0 up.
You can really sense how important this goal was for them. They needed it, now they have it.
Knocks it out wide, played back in. Maicon, flashy, gets big! Decent enough try.
Best certainly knows that he's missed a real chance there, but he can't dwell on that. He needs to pick himself up and move on.
Kukçu. Jordan Henderson. Ball played for Kukçu. Dani Olmo. And it's Henderson. And he was alert to it. Hullet. Best. Threads one in. And this is Ronaldo. Dani Olmo. And this is Vieri. For Jordan Henderson. Spread it left. Kukçu. Oh, what has happened here? Big chance! Really well taken goal. Back to within one. Interesting. What a moment of brilliance. Control and perfect accuracy.
Well, I think he knew all he had to do was get it under control, and it was always going to end up in the back of the net thereafter.
Both sides then taking this chance to turn to their benches. Ajax get themselves back into contention.
Well, there's a real sense that the momentum has shifted here, Peter, and the crowd are reacting to that now.
Oh, nice touch. And this is Pele. And he's in on goal. Puskás is a player who barely needs an invitation to shoot. A heavy challenge. Japan suddenly appear frail.
Yes, from comfort zone to a stage of uncertainty, perhaps, and they can't drift into a carelessness, or this could get away from them.
Donatoni. Jordan Henderson.
Pretty robust defending.
Shot at goal!
Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
And he shoots! He should have put that one away.
Well, the keeper spared a few blushes here. Going 2 down at this stage would have made it an awful long way back.
Howson with the clearance. Ajax have the chance to go the other way. Not getting too much time on the ball here. That is good pressing. Bellingham. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. Donatoni. Rooney, someone who can always claim to be the most immaculate finisher. It's Ibrahimovic!
They've got a healthy number of very tall targets to pick out from.
Rooney! Fair attempt, just the wrong outcome. And it's Rooney. And reclaimed it in a trice. Spread out to the left. Bale. And this is Ibrahimovic.
Japan nearly finished it off there, but now it's a case of waiting for the whistle.
And he was quick to react. Well, they've got it back in a hurry. Now it's Ibrahimovic. Japan finding their passes. Nice interception. His positioning was spot on. And that's gone loose. Rooney pinches it off him. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. And time is up. Japan have emerged victorious in this match of thrills. The odd goal ultimately proving the difference. Well, after all of that, Jim, what are you thinking?
Japan perfectly played the hosts and the crowd. They set up to frustrate and stifle, but they were relentless whenever.
Well, what a scene we have here. There's a real expectant buzz in the stadium, and the players on the pitch are raring to go any minute now. Well, colour and passion just oozing from the stands here. These fans love their football, and we're about to be dished up a feast of it. And that gets things running. Liverpool have gone with what looks like an orthodox 4-4-2, Jim.
Well, what I like about this system, Peter, is the way in which both central midfielders have to work in tandem. If one opts to go forward, the other sits, and when one moves either side to snuff out an attack, the other will hold the central ground. Communication is obviously vital to make it a success, but this team knows what it's doing, and I think we're going to see that reflected.
Liverpool are looking to break at pace. Oh, that's a key interception. Best. Del Piero. Now this man, Yaya Toure, Jim, midfielders don't come much. Big chance! They've scored! And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Look, if you want to be effective on the break, then the key element is always pace. That's what really rips defences apart, and it's difficult to find an answer to it when it's applied like that.
He's had a shot! And the keeper has reacted superbly there.
Well, someone's doing his job properly, Peter, that's for sure.
Liverpool with the corner, they're first. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Aimed beyond the defence. Mateus. Now the ball in. And the keeper beats it away. Vieira. Van Basten. It's Van Basten! Ibrahimovic. Vieira. And that has been cut short. Bellingham.
Well, I wouldn't quite advise they should resort to risk-taking at this stage. There's plenty of time left yet.
Can he spark a counter here? Oh, delightful ball. Skillfully cut out. He is so at ease on the ball. Well, quality clearly deserted him at the crucial moment.
Well, that's down to a simple miscalculation. No more, no...
And a shot! Yaya Toure. Liverpool applying the press here, a high press.
Yeah, we see this so often these days, but it does demand an awful lot of work rate and, of course, the discipline, because it has to be with everyone. It can't be with one or two. If that starts happening here, it'll just fall away.
Yeah, and there are so much of them, but of course, the returns can be terrific. No way through, so back it comes. Shot a goal! Now, who's going to be first to this? Bellingham.
They'll want to make the most of this turnover.
Is that a foul? Yes, the referee's given it. Short changes him with that pass. Isak shapes to shoot. It's loose now and they want to get it back. Now, can they get him away? Del Piero could move up a gear here. Looking for options for movement. And he's gone backward here. Bale.
That's good play from him.
And he's... Oh, what a climb! It's in! They have come roaring back!
Well, they were starting to look more and more threatening, Peter, so this comes as no surprise. The fans here are pretty fired up now.
A really thumping header, absolutely crashes it in.
Superb timing to generate that power, threw a really strong neck behind it, and he gave the keeper little opportunity.
Liverpool choosing to make the first change. And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
Well, I'd happily watch this every week, Peter. This is exactly what you want from a big game.
Liverpool have Bellingham! They want to be quick to recover this. And that has earned a few nods of approval from the bench. Corner number 2 then. Dealt with nicely by the defence. And now they can spring out of defence. Tries to play it through. And he's been shifted off it. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Oh, they can break here. And it's Van Basten. Del Piero. Del Piero. Can he get on the end of this? Lofted in. Nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Best. Oh, easy pickings there. Mateus can so cleverly bypass the press.
Well, I'm not quite sure he needed to hold up play quite as much as he did then. A couple of his teammates were very annoyed.
Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Vieira. Del Piero is a player who barely needs an invitation to shoot. And played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Mateus. And he's there to make the challenge. We are into overtime. Nicely weighted ball. And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
That is a brilliant interception. And that'll be the last act of the first half. So it's all square. Neither side has been able to make a telling difference, but it hasn't been for the lack of trying. So we reach the halfway point.
Well, for us neutrals, this is fantastic. If you're a fan from either side, it's unpleasant. And as for the managers, check your heart rate.
That's a really interesting game, and they head in at half-time at 1-1. Japan get the ball rolling for the second period. And that has left him in a heap. And no, that was never going to make it. Oh, super ball! Well, they've got it back in a hurry. There's the shot! And for a moment, time stood still. Van Basten tries to pass it through. Vieira. And Best.
This is the time you need that pace.
Threads one in. Can he finish? Goal!
Dependability is one thing, and he brings that to his game. But that sort of dynamism is another attribute he's blessed with, and it's revealed on a regular basis too. Superb.
Another moment of magic, a real wow moment.
Oh, what a finish. I mean, an instinctive finish at that, and he probably didn't even have time to think about it too much.
Japan go into the lead.
Yeah,
Shoots! He's beaten the keeper, but hit the post. Khan is there to clear. Nicked it back promptly. There's the man who is effectively the team's security policy. Oh, that's a very decent ball now. Goes for a shot! It's loose and there's a race for the ball.
That dugout has had some relief at least, but now the harder work starts. They've got to push for more.
Yaya Toure. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Oh, this looks sharp. That's a nicely weighted pass. And he shoots! And he hits the net! Two to the good, and they are purring. Absolutely purring. Some heroic goalkeeping, but even that couldn't save them this time.
Well, it still had to be finished off, so well done to the goal scorer, but the keeper should have done a lot better.
And now he has two. Tries a shot! Relentless! Just relentless! Three! He is flying! A vast presence, and there is no stopping him. That is so good, such sharp skills, and such a delicious finish.
It's beautiful poise. I mean, most players in that position, I think, would probably fluff that, but not this fella.
Clinical, just clinical. What a game this is turning out to be for him.
He has simply been truly awesome. He really has stamped his authority on this.
Japan blast themselves into a 3-goal lead.
Well, that's really winded the opposition. You can see their manager screaming on the touchline, telling his team to calm down, but they'll need to do that pretty quickly. It's composure from here.
Now some movement on the bench, and we are going to see a change. And here's Van Basten. Pull it. Closing in on the last quarter of an hour. Well, it is clear to see that he is not at all happy with that.
Well, the pass wasn't good enough, and he knows it.
Great chance! Goal! Another moment of magic, a real wow moment.
And how easy did he make that look? That is supreme.
So is this the start of a comeback? Passes coming off in quick succession here. Distributed tidily. Some really good ball movement. Great ball, and he's in here. Has a look and place it forward. And that's been intercepted.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Passing is crisp and sharp. Oh, shooting chance! And that would have won it.
Cristiano Ronaldo really must be wondering how he hasn't put them 3 up. It was a very, very decent chance.
Up he goes! Oh, it's fallen loose again! And no, he couldn't find the finish. Not the best distribution from the keeper. Van Bouten calmly anticipates. Out to the right. He is through here. Flashes in a big header. And he has kept it out somehow.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
So, third corner of the game. And he's there to clear it. Japan have the chance to go the other way. Now it's Hullet. Just 5 minutes left. And it's De Bruyne. Liverpool finding their passes. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played. Well stopped.
Well, that tackle was certainly sturdy. Hullet has got himself a free kick. There could be trouble here. But for now, the referee is keeping his cards in his pocket. Can he get it through? Khan claims comfortably. Well, the run has been sold a little bit short there.
Japan clearly didn't help themselves by telegraphing that one. It was always going to be intercepted.
Best. De Bruyne. He won't be happy with that one. Now it's Van Basten. Looking for the run. Vieira. Not the most convincing of passes. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. This could be their final throw of the dice. Corner number 4 coming up here. And he can clear it away. And the referee brings it to a close. They are pumped. Boy, they're pumped. A tough win earned through the power of will. And this place is bouncing. Ibrahimovic claiming the match ball here. He was the difference. Terrific recovery. A really fine win, that, Jim Beglin.
Well, I've just got to give them great credit for the way in which they've managed to turn this around. Going behind seemed to strengthen their resolve, and it's been a wholehearted reaction and an absolutely terrific win.
Many thanks to Jim, and with that, it is a very good night to you.